Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading and happy May Day. The 1st of May, 2026. It's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All the times on my charts or that I refer to is Central Standard, so that's important. And this is my virtual trading journal. Excuse me. The idea here is everything that I'm watching on my primary monitors is captured on the video, and my voiceover or this narration provides some insight as to what I was thinking at the time. Ooh, out of breath, I was doing squats here. Sorry about that. So, yeah, it's Friday, the 1st of May, and there's all kinds of geopolitical craziness afoot. So watch that. There's some earnings out today. This is, as I said, my virtual trading journal, and it is not intended for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to provide that. And there's a disclaimer in the description here. However, on Bookmap, which is my execution platform here, when I make a trade or place a trade, whichever, and manage them, it is a live account funded by me in real time. Now, any trades that are done on IRT, which is Investor RT, the charting package I use, it's primarily like this. For example, is my turn the fractals off. That's a little busy, huh? The initial balance system. This will take these trades in today's data and today's session and plot them here on this visualization chart, but this will only be in the simulated environment within IRT because I'm not confident enough in the system or my coding skills to take the next step to algorithmic live trading. So I want to be sure and be clear about that. It's really important to me here with my stream that you understand this is my virtual trading journal. Most of the time I'm talking to myself because it's my journal, right? And I allow anybody to watch over my shoulder. I really appreciate input in the chat. I really appreciate likes and subs, of course. But, and it's not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, and I really appreciate any input because the idea is to help everybody progress towards what I assume is our mutual goal of consistent profitability. So let's look at the news and reports which are up today. Investing.com, my old news source, only traditional economic reports. You can see we've got S&P, PMI, and ISMs out. Today. And we are in earnings season. I believe the Exxon is reporting this morning. Yep, they're reporting this morning before the bell. That's already happened. And of course, there's the ever-present risk of unidentified geopolitical risks. Who's going to say what or tweet what that we don't know? You can filter these news sources any way you want with. And for any country you're from or time zone or report you're interested in, that's important. And notice that the event title here turns to a URL when you hover over it with your mouse. If you don't know what the ISM Manufacturing PMI report's all about, you can click that and go check it out, and you will see the most recent releases and who puts it out and all that stuff. It's quite informative. I don't know what all of this is about, but I don't want to do anything here. And you'll notice it's free. That's why all these ads are flashing around all over the place. Annoying, I realize, but my concept here is to have this as attainable or usable by anybody that comes through the stream. So it's free. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT, their subscription, and that's that. But at least the new stuff I can keep is, free as long as I can. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, also free, also filter for where you are. Here are the releases upcoming. See the times, 8:45, 9. And the right side over here is more of a squawk box where they're putting out kind of a running commentary. You see what happened down here at 7:13 and popped the market. You can see where that occurred right there. Another thing about Financial Juice, which I appreciate very much, if you notice these up here, timing is wackadoodle, but let's refresh that. Okay, here we have them. So at 1400 today, Trump is going to be at an event with seniors. Great. Good thing for him to do. He's a senior. He's the president. That's great. However, the reason that's been pulled into the Financial Juice calendar is to make traders aware that this is happening, because anytime, particularly Trump, gets near a microphone or cameras, you don't know what might be said, even though this is an event for seniors, a great thing. So this is a potential risk to our auction. And as traders today, your primary goal in life is to preserve your account. And the only way you're going to do that, or the first basic step to doing that, is risk management. And if you can't manage risks that you don't know about. This is a potential risk. So I know that at 1400 today, I don't want to be in a trade. That's how I'm going to manage this risk. Got nothing to do with politics at all. It's about trading and risk management. So there you go. Now let's move on to something more uplifting, which is the pre-market, or I should say more baffling maybe. This is, I think it's going to be IRT. There we go. This is IRT. This is my charting package, as I mentioned. First, let me point out that on all of these IRT charts, you'll see in the header the chart type, name, which is meaningless, the instrument, chart type, the periodicity, and the session. That goes for all of them. So, MES, MNQ, I'm going to sneeze, I think, stand by. Whoa, baby. So, MES and MNQ, this is the MES high time frame micro composite chart. And this is my market profile chart, which I don't switch back and forth from micro and mini. I just leave it on minis because that works good enough for me. I also track these 4 configuration on the mini tab, so exactly the same thing. But I'm trading micros now, so that's where we're stick. High time frame chart. So it's the MES. It's 1 day chart type, and it is the periodicity is a minute, and it's daily. And this is the RTH session. So every one of these candlesticks represents a full day's RTH session, regular trading hours. That's 8:30 to 1600, Monday through Friday, Central Standard Time. Now, wherever price overlaps, I pull this volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC right there. And these red and green lines represent high and low volume nodes for this profile. Now, these red and green high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. Let's see what's happening for volume while we're here. Ooh, real light again today. Yesterday was 140%. Now it's 60. So they're all over the board. Here's, while we're here, let's just, before we get to Bookmap, here is the, let's see, let's do that this way. Here was yesterday's RTH close, the open. What have we done? Here's the close. We are 100% long inventory all night until this point. There's not been one tick below the close. Right there, close, RTH. See that? And it's a balanced profile. I'm assuming that the exuberance of yesterday was just a squeeze, I guess. I don't know how exactly that happens, but at all-time highs. But anyway, as I usually do, if you were long all night and were in profit up here going into a Friday with who knows what's going to happen geopolitically, what would you do? I'd take profit, at least some. So on open, I'll expect responsive selling, which is exactly what I had expected yesterday and exactly what we got. If you don't believe me. Oh, this is too big a scale. Never mind. I don't want to mess with that. It's too big too big of a range. So anyway, that's what I'm thinking about for the overnight. And this craziness continues, And the more it continues, the more intense it becomes, in my opinion. For example, these news reports used to make a lot of difference. Now, this geopolitical environment and this random policy, foreign policy being made by random tweets at 2:00 in the morning or something, have far overshadowed the normal financial markets and world as I know it anyway. So let's go over here to Bookmap. Now, first of all, with Bookmap, oh, come on. Come on, man, why are you doing this? Here we have the complete ETH session so far. How do I know that? Because I put Blue Boy over here, which is a top secret indicator. It's called a vertical line on the first print of each session. And you can see, I'm not lying to you, there's the RTH yesterday and the ETH today, and keep going back if you'd like. So I could look easy, and it serves as a visual cue for me. I glance left, I see Blue Boy, and I know that this is the current trade in the active data column. I know that that's the full session in view. So what happened? We're just trading them, baby. And they're waiting to see what's going to happen next, in my opinion. So just left to right. First of all, this is the new version 7.7.0 build 19. So they've changed a bunch of stuff. You pick your account. The trade control panel is a bit different. We'll get into that in a minute. Here are the micro composite values, which I enter manually from the micro composite chart into Bookmap here. And this is the high and low volume nodes, which you see are automatically pushed. This is the full session volume profile here, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today, then pick back up at 1700 on Sunday night. RTH volume profile and delta, which, fingers crossed, will reset at 8:30 this morning. This is the statistical open and statistics column, which is important to me. We'll talk about that in a second. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap. Now, I share these levels for free, and, if it would be of help to you, drop something in the chat. I start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday night continuously through 1600 today, and it's free. So all you got to do is let me know. Like, subscribe, and throw something in the chat, and I will hook you up with that link from Google. I push them up to Google so that it's no worries about virus or crap coming down. And this is the book. This replaces the dome now on my book map area. This is the resting liquidity of the book. These are limit orders, not trades, limit orders, the book, the liquidity, and there are the prices. So notice over here that we have no indicators on IRT or book map. There is a POC for the full session and for the RTH session. POC just meaning the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. There's a VWAP for both, volume weighted average price. There's a mid for the RTH, which is way below us, you can't see. And then the rest of these are just common sense abbreviations of the session prices. I only use price levels, or price data, volume, and probabilities. That's it. So there you go. Now, before we get too carried away, the statistics are important to me. And the first thing we need to do is establish the statistical open type for the day. And there's only two criteria. Here is price. If we opened right here, right now, where would that price relate? How would that price relate to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the previous close. So it's higher. How would that price relate to the previous RTH range? Well, the range is somewhere around here. Here's the previous RTH high right there. So we are higher out of range once again. In other words, gap up again. Jesus, frustrating and crazy, but that's what it is. How this economy is doing this in this market, I think it's completely oblivious to common sense, but that's just me. So we are again higher out of range. Now, the next thing we're going to want to do, and if you don't believe me that they're there are the session statistics from yesterday. So we're going to clear that column. If this title had changed, I would change the title of the column here. And I do that so that I can, if I have a screen snap or the stream, I can just glance at this title and know what the open type was. Next, we're going to clear the notes, which are the statistics from yesterday, and going to go get the new ones for today. And we do that with IRT, the statistics report. Stand by one. Okay. We opened higher out of range yesterday, so that is this column. Conveniently, IRT highlights the correct open type in blue, but only after 8:30, obviously. And the way the system works is very simple. The system looks back at the most recent 1,729 trading days. It's set for 2,000, but this is what it does. Of those days, we opened higher out of range 430 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 77 times. Let's just do something here. Let me update that. And what IRT will do is When these levels are reached, it will change the highlight, the text from black to blue, so we can plan on that. So 77.0 times, right? Boop. Overnight volume point of control right there. And that, boys and girls, is exactly all there is to it. Now I'm just going to go down the list. The overnight high is 74.9. Mid is 66.3. And I'm looking for one of the IBs here, which I'll have to scratch to get at. Previous high, previous high is 65.6. Wasn't that right there? Yep. IB high, 63.7. Now I'm going to have to do this at some point to find the IB high here, I think. Wait a minute. It's got to be right under this. What the hell's going on here? I'm not seeing the initial balances over here pushed from these session prices. Oh, it's because it's way below us. Hold on. Way down here in the corn patch. Value area high. Isn't that ridiculous? There's the mid. So, in other words, these are pretty. There is yesterday's IB high. How ridiculous is that, huh? And that is 63.7. And you go IB high. Why do you do that? Because, remember, at the moment we open today's trade, this flag is going to jump up above price, and the low will come up below it. Now, this is crazy, but let's keep going. The IB low, we're not going to worry about. Previous close, let's get back up to that because these values are so goofy. It's not even funny anymore. Previous close is 48.8. This thing is going to come down like the Hindenburg, in my opinion. Overnight low, where did you go? 36.3, there we are. That ought to be enough statistics to keep me in trouble here for the day. Now, remember, these are statistics. These are not in any way hard, fast lines in the sand or targets, but they are statistics. This is the number, the percentage out of 1,750 something days. This is the percentage of time that this was revisited when we opened right out of range. That's it. So this is 1 point high, which is where I like to keep them. And I'm pretty sure I'm late to the party here for my TLab snap, which is something I do every day at about this time. And that is a thing called, the TLab is a place called the Traders Lab. It is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who is a professional trader with about 46 years experience and was a professional trader originally and is now leads this bookmap Discord chat room. Sorry, that's why I don't multitask, right? Bookmap Discord chat room. It's free. You're never solicited. Of course, it's sponsored by Bookmap, so they want you to subscribe, right? But you're never solicited to buy anything. It's not a trade calling room. It's not a live trade room. but there's a lot of good people in there, and I was active in there quite a bit previously. And I, at the suggestion of Tom, actually, I started this stream because I was going to, I focus on my trading, not yucking it up in a Discord room, right? This is the snap I put in there every morning at about 8:20, and I also post the reports about 6. That's enough of that. TLab, Traders Lab. There you go. And I don't make any recommendation for any of the other bookmap chat things or anything like that because I haven't been to them. So I think you'll also find it's probably important to be able to trade. And that is done in bookmap by activating the trade control panel here. And you see that, you see that by clicking this padlock button. Now they've changed this all around. What the hell is going on here? They've changed, this is the padlock button in the trade control panel. They've changed the trade control panel all around. You used to select how you wanted to interact with the application with your mouse by the active data column or the DOM columns or whatever. Apparently that doesn't exist anymore. So what you need to do here is you need to select your account, which is pretty weird because I don't think I want necessarily my account number to be visible for all the world to see, but there's nothing you can do about it. You can see that it's a live AMP account. I don't like that at all, and I don't know what to do about it. I asked them, and they said, well, we think there's a way to hide it, but we're not sure. So, you know, I guess they'll get their shit together at some point. Now, let's get over here, and let's do it irritates me. I don't like that. I don't normally tell anybody my account number, but you know what I mean? First thing you want to do is make sure that your trading, if you're using trading statistics, which I think is a real handy tool, that it's on the right account. Then I select multi-brackets, which is how I implement risk-neutral methodology and my brackets to my trading. The smallest risk-neutral package is a 2-lot because it needs to be even numbers. So there's the 2-lot. This is the stop for the package. This is not a time of, or place to be determining your stop loss. You should be doing your risk management planning long before now. Assume that this is correct for you, as it is for me. The first take profit target is automatic. It's for half of the package and for the number of stops positively or ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. The minute this T1 is achieved, your trade is risk neutral, hence the name. Then there's a runner, and you can have all the different configurations you want to have on that. No problem. You can also use Execution Pro, which does things like trail to break even or trail to entry. You do a trailing stop, whatever. I'm not going to do that now. And let's make sure I've got this stupid thing set to do what it's supposed to do. Yes, I do. So I've selected here in the trade control panel the right account. Boom, boom. I don't need these tools anymore. I have all the metrics already reproduced across the top of the screen, so I can click that button again. It will stay green. I have my metrics, cancel all, close all, and ready to trade on the open, which is in about 2 minutes. Light volume. Everybody's getting a nosebleed. The market is so high. Why? Yeah. Euphoria. Irrational exuberance, to quote the Fed chair. Hey, Antonio. To quote the Fed chair Greenspan. 17 over here today. And rainy. Go figure. This place is up and down like a yo-yo. I think I've gotten through the pre-market stuff. Let's see. I've got where we can trade. I've gone through what I anticipate for the pre-market. Gone through the news. At 8:45, we've got numbers out. I know that's not very important anymore with all this geopolitical craziness afoot, but we have S&P, PMI, and ICM, whatever the hell it's called. I forget. 8:45 and 9. So here's the open. There we are. Did we open on time? Did they reset? No. Are they going to reset now? Maybe. I don't know. I can't seem to get them to do anything. Really interesting. I've only got one instrument open. What a crock of shit. Supposed to reset on double click, but that didn't work. Seems to be about 25 seconds every time. Tired of dealing with it. Oh, well, bon provecho. Bon fiesta, whatever. I forget what. You know what I mean. Good for you. Happy holiday. Well, you can make money and have a holiday all at once. That's cool. Go get some bacalao and kizamba later. For me, on me. That would be great. I'd love to be able to just go do that myself. Yeah. I've had a big best laid plans of mice and men with my new plan about how I was going to approach this market thing and the funding and all that stuff. Tradeify, which is where I was going because of the bonuses, and I had the thing set up and all that. Come to find out, they will only provide level 1 data. Are you ready for that? Have you ever heard of anybody trading level 1 anymore? I was shocked. So I've got to go back to plan B now, which I think would be Lucid probably, from what I have been able to figure out so far. So there's the IB high, which will pretty quick be up here at the top of this, but we're ripping to the top, going for this overnight high at breakneck speed. And I haven't even looked at the edgeful stuff this morning. I may need to start this pre-market earlier at like 7:30 instead of 8, because I don't seem to get through with everything that I need to do. That is important, I think. So I don't know. I mean, I've been standing here since 5:30, but I'm talking about from the point of view of the stream. So here we are. Stupidness yesterday. What are we going to do? I don't know. Chicken Little going on over here. And then here we are today. Go figure. Do I imagine we're going to close the gap? Yeah. I do. We've taken out the overnight high, or pretty damn close to it so far. Don't have any of the, and I'm sure there's, lags up one side and down the other like usual. So we're an outside bar and a gap today in terms of the Lucid data stuff, reports. Let's see, not Lucid, Edgeful. So here's what's in play. Gap filled by weekday, previous day's range. I don't have a report in. Oh, well, these are building. And negative bias still. So, yeah. The reports that I would be focusing on, or should have been, instead of all this drama I was going through with the Tradeify people this morning on hell, or whatever you call it, support, was those reports, specifically the outside day and the gap, and then the IB and stuff will come on. They'll come into play at 9 o'clock, 9:30. Well, there you go. Up we go. Yay, everybody dance. It's wonderful. Jesus. People are being laid off. The economy's in the dumper. Inflation's going up. And we're in a war we can't get out of. So, yeah, that's a good reason. And that's makes sense to me that everything's going to the moon. I guess today is probably a huge options expiration day because it's the first, basically the end of the month. Anthony mentioned that yesterday, I believe. Well, I don't know what to tell you other than here we are. Put Blue Boy on. Not that that's going to matter much, I don't think. I don't know what to think about it all today. Where did 8:30 go? Right there's good enough. I guess you could say that's the swing high, huh? Wow. Not much interest in closing that gap or the range. Now, one thing about, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but my version of a gap has always been the previous RTH high or low, and in this case today, where we opened, right? So gap high, the top of the gap would have been today's open, and the bottom of the gap would have been the RTH high. Edgeful, and I guess others, that's an outside bar, or out, to the range, and the gap is from the previous close to the open. Well, that can be huge in today's market. The previous close is, previous close are right here. So the previous close, or the gap for them, is here to here. So it's 46 to whatever it is. I don't see the open. Yeah, 46 to 64. So it's 18 handles. But in my world, the gap would be 52 to 264. So it's about, sometimes it's dramatic today, not so much. But so that's something to be aware of. I need to either figure out how I'm going to change that methodology here on my book map and you notice I didn't flag them. So this would be the gap high, however you want to look at it. Why isn't this working? There we go. Wow, I don't have any of the buttons or anything I'm supposed to have down here. Why is this going on? Why is this all weird? This must be the new thing not working right. Oh, I see what it wasn't plotting everything. Here we go. Gap high. 010526. Boop. There we go. And the gap low, I would normally, in my world, would be there. But, no, wait, that's the close. There. But they are saying there. So this is their range and this is their gap. So let's go with the gap this way. I got to look that up, the basic definitions of that. What is going on with this? That's not cool. I guess this is all functionality of the new update. Remember that I updated this for FYI for anybody. Gap lows 30.0426. I updated to Bookmap's latest production, which is 7.7.0 build 19. So this will be the second day on that thing. That's where this new trade panel showed up and all kinds of stuff. They better figure out how to hide. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people that are going to go, wait a minute, I don't want my account over there. So we're 1 point high on the price ladder, and we're plugging along. We've come way up here and taken out an IB high when full drug craze euphoria. Back to the overnight high again and bouncing, and VPOC migrating higher, and oh boy, everything's coming up roses. This market's starting to remind me of a Mickey Rooney movie, for Christ's sake. And this, if you look at the profile that's forming now, the P-shaped profile is supposedly an indication of short covering. Here's my question. Who in the hell is short? These guys? I mean, really? We're at all-time highs plus new all-time highs every time that it takes a tick up. Who's short up there? Can't. I guess that boils down to this liquidity right over here. But these aren't shorts. This is liquidity. These aren't trades. I'm confused. Maybe these guys are all trading level 1. Maybe they all got accounts with Tradeify. I was really surprised by that. I couldn't believe it actually this morning. And Tradeify is the prop arm or whatever of Tradeivate, which is a brokerage, both owned by NinjaTrader. I would have thought they had their crap together on level 2 a long time. There you go. I guess it's just a product out there for the absolute sheep that don't know the difference. And I don't know. I really don't know. Disappointing. My grand plan went askew. All thanks to the T word. The pain of that still bites a little bit. Well, there's a double top at the IB high. The world goes short now. Let's go. Everybody dance. Let's see what's going on over here. Bar country. Well, there's the first bar. Okay, that's exciting. Let's see what's going on with this thing. Nothing, I guess. All right. I got to clean up some of this noise here. There's the fences off. Train is off. That's off. This is off. That's off. That's not right. Where's that one here? Oh, it's IB there. There we go. I don't want the fence on. Boom. I don't want this on. I'm missing an opening ranger somewhere. I don't know why. I got this over here. Oh, maybe it's just a function of the lag is so much it can't keep up. I guess that's what it is. So here is how this works in case you are new. These gold lines are the high and low of Asia. The green here is London. Look at London, how tight it was all night until crazy hit the world. And now red is US. So we're going to put on the IB, and why that signal marker is working wrong, I don't know. This is weekend stuff. My eyes are so burned out at the end of every day now. Can't stand here for more hours and do this code stuff. And here is the typical old-fashioned, good old standby initial balance strategy that I vetted long ago. And as soon as we can get this thing to be a little responsive, there we go. Well, look at them, you know. To the moon, Alice, gap and go. So much for responsive buying, or selling, I mean. I would love to have somebody that really knows what's going on, like Tom Sosnoff, or somebody that was a market rate maker for a zillion years. Explain to me who is covering what shorts. Unless the theory is, or the answer would be, all of this trade down here, everybody picking these highs, put their stops up here. I guess that's the answer, but seems weird. Anyway, once again, any trades taken from this strategy will be pushed to this chart for visualization. The chart has nothing to do with the strategy apart from visualizing it. And it's all done in the simulated environment. So there you go. Three coins in the fountain up here. And I don't know what to do anymore. I'm disappointed about that. Pretty disappointed about that. A grand plan. The last thing I thought of, the last wrinkle I thought of in the plan was, sorry, we don't provide level 2 data. I'm going, what? Yeah. Never assume anything, right? Or never take anything for granted. I was truly surprised. Of course, had I not been looking to trade with Bookmap and IRT, there would be no issues because the options on the other side of the fence are Trade of 8 and all of those things, which are same way with you guys that trade TradingView. It's only runs on CQG data. Now I have to ask myself, and maybe Antonio, maybe you know, or anybody, does Bookmap run on CQG data, i.e. does CQG have, I know they have level 2, but do they have market by order? And I suppose I can run IRT on CQG. Maybe the whole concept, Jesus, the thought of starting a whole new thing I don't know anything about is pretty overwhelming. But anyway, you know, just trash can the whole rhythmic plan. I suppose CQG must charge for level 2 data too, but I mean rhythmic thing is, you know, shit can that whole thing and go with CQG, which then would run all this other stuff. Yeah, me too. That makes exactly 2 of us. My plan I thought was quite sound. Quite sound until I got to the tilt. based on risk and all that stuff. So I think it does make sense. I'm going to continue to explore it this weekend aggressively, but son of a bitch, huh? There's the best laid plans of mice and men, and kapoop, the least, the weakest link in the chain. Oh, wow. You want data? Ah, well, there you go. Now we're not going to have any data for you. Hey, Anton, good morning. I was just boring Anthony with the outcome of my new plan and risk management and all that. Come to find out, Tradeify, who I had selected to go as that broker, doesn't support or provide level 2 data. When was the last time you heard about that kind of a broker? Now, there's our 840. Well, that's 850. It's a little bit later than our 845 number there, but you see the pop, and we're just gap and go so far. So I'll stop bitching about not being able to trade, and back to this is my AMP account like normal. I'm still going to go ahead with that plan. I still think that makes sense, but we'll see. I had not planned on that one. And it looks like we got a pretty substantial lag in process here, so I'm gonna nuke IRT at the moment and then bring it back up. Euphoria reigns supreme over here on this thing. May 5th. I don't think we need May 5th today, do we? 8th? What the hell is going on? Well, let's do this. Well, heads up at 1400, Trump is going to be on the microphone. I know what Walter's up to up here. Nothing. He's not doing any posting. He joined us on the 14th in 2014. No new posts from Walter. So I guess he's off or something. He lives in Geneva, apparently. Okay. Well, bah humbug. All dressed up and no place to go, huh? God damn, that irritates me. I should say, gosh darn, that irritates me. I hope it's good on your end there, Anton. It's 17 degrees and raining over here. Or something, 16, I don't know. Well, are you going to come back to life now and be nice, or what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Who are you going to call? Crazy. Mm-hmm. Out the top, they can't get enough. Unbelievable. I mean, good if you're long, I guess. Or if I still 401k, I'd be happier than a pig in the mud. Not funny, but What are you going to do? The alternative to laughing about it is crying, I guess, and that won't help a lot. So, okay. Oh, lags are off the map. That didn't help. Nice. Nice breeze coming in off the ocean, that east. Look at this crap. I'm sorry, but wow. Okay. Did somebody, they put up a sign, we're going to give away money, or let's abolish income tax, or something, or what? God damn, I can't keep up with it. Well, could this be it? 8:53? I guess so. Also, there's a report at the top of the hour. Yeah, 9, we got ISM manufacturing. But it isn't 9 yet, at least in my world. It's 4 minutes to 9. Is that number whispered? I don't know. Some of these reports, like Chicago or Michigan, if you pay them, you get the whisper number. They put they do the Trump thing and put it out to their friends. I actually saw an email from the White House, or from the president, soliciting, if you donate X amount, you're going to get tweets in advance of announcements, and I mean, just straight up. It was amazing to me, and I wasn't clever enough to catch it quickly and make a screen grab of it. Yeah, so this is the foreign minister talking about stance on the ending of the war. Oh, well, that's a good reason for the market to go up. I'll accept that. A war we should have never been in. I mean, roll back time to 2 months ago, and there was no problem in the Straits of Hormuz, and there was no problem with fertilizer, and we weren't spending, $25 billion a week or whatever the hell it is. And it's amazing to me that people don't realize that and think about that. I guess maybe it's just me. Well, I don't know. Here we are. Welcome to the stream. Thanks a lot. Like, subscribe, just 2 mouse clicks. It's a big deal. Makes me feel good. I'm an old guy. Make the old guy feel good. Come on. Respect your elders. Put on some headbanger music if you don't start clicking. Let's do something. I don't know what here. I don't even remember what this was. Let's rock something out and get this place moving here. Do some of that. Well, it was, I wish to hell I could have, it was a fundraiser thing, and I'm trying to think of where I saw it. But it wasn't like, Joe Blow, it wasn't like Alex Jones or some crap. It was, obviously it wasn't Fox either. They would never do that. But it was, I think it might have been CNN or Bloomberg, or one of them that had it. that had gotten a copy of the email. And what a fool, I didn't snap it. I saw it. I wasn't on my machine, probably, in the office. Otherwise, I'd have screen captured it, I suppose. Well, I don't think I'm going to short a freight train. And that's exactly what we've got. So, 7300's parked right there, and here we go. Everybody dance, gap and go. I was talking earlier in town about the difference between my gap and what the other people call it. I have always called the gap my open to the previous RTH high and low. I think I mentioned it yesterday, and these other folks in Edgefield they look at the close to the high, to the open, and they call outside bar or range, outside range or something like that, or in one of their reports of their studies, what I would have called gap. So I'm trying to figure out, I need to, consolidate it, because if I'm talking about an Edgefield report and it's got everything about a gap up or whatever, it doesn't make, like, here's the gap filled by a weekday. 67% type, short bias, long bias, previous day's range. We've already done that, why that's not there. But let's see here. What I was talking about was outside day, there we go. This is the stats about it, but this thing at the bottom here is pretty handy. So here's how they look at it. There's yesterday's high and the open, or you can do, different ones. And their gap is essentially the same picture, but instead of the high, it's at the close, which I can show you a bit. That's the difference. So I need to figure out how I'm going to address that and be in line with the stats. And which exactly reports to. I've got to either start the pre-market earlier or just my own mind before the stream starts. Go through the reports so I've got it lined out, what I'm thinking about and what I'm looking for. Of course, the initial balance is always going to be the initial balance one will always be the typical one I look at first in terms of looking to trade it. And we're forming at the moment, so that makes sense. Days of the week. Where am I? I guess I saved one by the week, but it's pretty simple. You just go by weekday. So on Friday, there have been 0 inside days. That's no breakout. We've got a 79% break to the top, which, that doesn't look like a big surprise. And 20% double break on Friday. And it's forming, so that's true too. And this one is the one with the targets and the stops and all that stuff by probability that I find real interesting. These are the statistics upon which this is predicated. So these are, wow, look at this thing. These are the levels, 50%, 25 and 25, that's the IB, and there we go. And I restarted and I didn't shut all these off. So there we go. 24 hour, no. Bench, no. Opening range. there we are. So, yeah, I don't know. What do you do with that? Boy, if that in the gap and go, I don't know what it is. But I guess the thing to do is just jump on along and ride it until you get bucked off, I guess. The thing about all these things that keep coming out and, like, you know, putting out the tweets, now's a good time to buy the market and all this kind of stuff, before the reports and things, nobody even raises an eyebrow anymore. That's just considered, oh, yeah, okay, cool. How much is that? That, I think, surprises me more than anything. This, you know, blasé attitude that, yeah, that's normal. And that don't all presidents sell insider information? And, you know, another good one is that that soldier that they've busted and raised all kind of hell about betting on the Maduro thing in advance. Pete Hegseth had his broker contact BlackRock trying to put on millions of dollars 24 hours ahead of the Iran bombing. Not a word. Not boo. So, there you go. Or whatever his name is, Hegseth, I guess is it. And, you know, it goes, and if you want to go further back, Elon Musk is giving $1 million away if you vote for Trump. I'm pretty sure buying votes used to be against the law. Or at least it was on the earth where I was born. Obviously, somehow in the, you know, I zipped through a time deal and ended up somewhere else. Yeah, crazy is a one way of saying it. And you'll notice how the conversation about all these, you know, multi-billion-dollar trades that were put on within 5 minutes of an announcement. When was the last time you heard about that? And there has been several of them. Nothing whatsoever. Well, I'm disappointed about my great idea not coming to fruition, and I was going to try to get it organized before the open and the stream today, and I realized I wasn't going to do that. I will forge ahead with the lucid side of that coin, and see, maybe I see some emails coming in from these guys over here on the other side of my third machine around the corner. I might take a moment here to see what they're saying. You got music in? Yeah. Well, no was the answer to all of that. Anyway, by them. Remains no. And here we are. What the hell is the range? I don't even know. 59 to 72, 98. So 40 handles-ish. Wow. So none of these percentage-based trades are going to be valid or, you know, viable because of the range. Just off the map. Over here, for example, you know, if you're looking at, this is not the case because the IB's not set, but assume that it does, and it's an IB high breakout and trigger, then what are we looking at for the mid? 79. Now it's 30 handles, just to the 50. I don't see any. I would then step back and assume that. Oh, come on, practice, go away. I would then step back and assume that the old standard here would probably be the more likely. But, yeah. No fun. Bar. What's the bar doing? The bar. That's a good idea. I think what we ought to do is just all shut our computers down and go meet at the bar. I think that sounds like a lot better way to start this Friday than watching this nonsense. I hope your trades and your hedge and your triggers hit for you, Anton. And Antonio, whatever you're up to over there. Well, there's 73. Jesus Christ. Jesus, or shall I say, I guess now they're going to pray to Donnie John, I guess, right? Oh, good for you. I saw another headline this morning, which I just thought, oh yeah, well, that's perfect. Trump is his chances of winning the Nobel Peace Prize for 2026 are increasing around his efforts with Iran. Does anybody remember who started the damn thing? I'm just... Yeah. What do you do? Good for you, man. I am not in anything. Obviously. Yeah. And as with all great hindsight things, you know, if you just threw a long one on at the Open and went to bed, here you go. I just can't bring myself to do that. It seems entirely too much like the YOLO gamble. Here's something that happens with IRT that can happen, not that any of you guys are using it, but if somebody around is. Notice how this is white as if it should be updating, but nothing's going on here. That's because, watch this, it's too compressed, when I widen it out, all of a sudden there's those other bars and prices at the current level. Even though it had been white, which is what indicates, if it's not white across the bottom, that indicates it's frozen, and that's what you were looking at, or not updating. No, it was in ground news. Let me see if I can see it. It was in ground news, I think. Hold on. Let me try to look. I'll get you over here and I'll go look at ground news so we're not everybody's. Come on, you son of a gun. I don't know. Maybe I made it up. I hope I made it up. I hope it was a bad dream. Okay, ground news. Oh, let me see if I find it here. Louisiana has postponed congressional primaries. Thanks to the Supreme Court thing. Boy, it's just, where was that? What, Panda, can I do for you? Trying to find something here for you. Trump gives his blessing to Iraq's new pick for prime minister. Okay. I'm not seeing it here. Oh, wait. I'll keep going. I should start just making screen snap of these crazy things, or keep my mouth shut if I can't back it. I don't think I will. Usually I don't go through the regular news early in the morning. I wonder if that was on Bloomberg. I don't know. If I find it, I'll show you. What? I don't find it in the ground news. I don't. That kind of ruled out where I might have seen that. Yeah, well, it can be true, but it doesn't. It certainly didn't come from the Nobel Society and a committee, and I don't think, ever put that stuff out anyway. So, but just the thought of that is pretty disconcerting for me. I thought it was such a farce the first time. Yeah, he's Bloomberg boys posting a bunch of crap now. Exxon CEO expects it'll take 1 to 2 months for normal flows to resume after Straits of Hormuz is completely open. VIX has fallen to the lowest in 2 months. Oil tankers redirected to Iran, with crude cargo continue to raise. This is all that Walter Bloomberg stuff. I'm just reading kind of out loud as I scroll down through there and see up to 2 hours ago. I don't think it was before that. I was up early, but I don't think it was that early. Huh. Anyway, maybe I dreamed it. I hope not. I hope so, because the thought of that being actually real was staggering. But I didn't dream it, but anyway. Well, we're probably looking at a bar trade here, though. Let's see. Well, we don't even have the damn market in view. There we go. Well, so there's the bar, there's the breakout, there's the retest. Short? Anybody for a short? That's based on this bar, which is right there. The breakout and the retest, I guess. This is a retest. Yeah, sure enough, and it's going short. Yeah, well, that's breakout and retest working like magic. I guess you could say. And this would be a bad place to short, a chase, I suppose now. So this would probably, if I've guessed it, would be in your head, right? Because you were probably directional on the up side of life. I'm still looking for those. I'm still looking for that, by the way. Oh, we're in the IB 30, where the IB is now hot. So what we need now is a breakout. I didn't even look at that. I didn't even look at that. Maybe I'll make it as a wrapper, huh? Here are the breakout and race zones. The IB low. And down we go. Wow. If you got short on the bar thing, or if you got short on your, I hope you're short on your tops, you're, you know, doing great. I'm still arguing with this Indian guy here in support on my other machine. I mean, politely, not arguing with him. I know it's not your fault, but you know, don't you think, you know, look at it from my point of view, that kind of dialogue. Yeah, they're right at the mid now. My mid, anyway. I don't know about yours. That's the RTH mid for me. Well, POC now. I guess 73 was where they were going. I guess. I don't know any other strategy that would be getting valid here. Cancel. All right. I hope you're sitting down. This is the one I saw. I won't open it because I'm not sure what'll happen to the rest, but look at this crap here. PBS is what reported that. There you go. It's PBS. Yeah. I knew I wasn't dreaming it, but I had to make sure for myself. Sanity check. Maybe they'll give one to Hitler posthumously, you know, that's... Oh. Really? Or Mussolini or somebody, I mean... First... Jesus criminy. Is it real? Can it be real? All right, I need to just figure out what to do here before I have to do something else. Let's see. Let's go. I need to do something else that I can try to figure out what. Now. Yeah, May Day, Labor Day, that's a big one, and that's Malaysia too, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe Vietnam. Antonio just remembered it was May Day. Yeah, oh, no worry. Oh, not important actually, but private. Oh, okay, yeah, I knew it. I remembered it from KL, but I don't from Africa. In the Caribbean, is nobody's ever working, so it's thanks. So the IB's 40 points wide here right now. Yeah. Less a quarter. And the IB low was put in first, which is something that they talk about and a lot of people look at. Assuming that the other one is going to be, I guess it makes common sense kind of, the other one's going to be the most likely taken out. None of that has been incorporated in any of the stuff I think about over here, or have thought about over here. Well, we would certainly be putting in a consolidation zone here around this fractal. Too high, too low. But it's, you know, my mind reverts to my older thinking where it's just, there's not enough meat on the bone here. There's not the range requirement for a trade, all that stuff. Whether any of that is valid or not. Not according to this. It's not within a 16 tick range and minimum 5 bars. So I would imagine it would have to start drawing over here pretty quick. Oh, sorry, over here pretty quick. I was right. Look at that. Look at that mass now. There's no strategy developed for this thing yet. So I'm just looking at this, thinking about trading it. Well, there's a breakout to the downside. Well, come on. I guess you could call that, but I'm really hard pressed to take trades at the POC. When IRT is still having a freaking... Hey, Panda. Jesus, your timing's perfect. Maybe not, really. Well, crap. and more crap. Hi, and he's giving me the stare for. And this is getting real annoying. Still with the lags, I don't know. I thought about, I could put this IRT on the other machine on my top two monitors, which I suppose would alleviate the possibility of lags in that it would be the only program running up there, but I can't incorporate it in the stream anymore, so that I don't guess would do me a lot of good, or anybody, or anyone else for that matter. What, Panda? Come on. No, you have to just go have a nice with. I guess we're getting another little consolidation area down here, pretty around the POC. whatever that means. Come on, Panda, now just chill out. I don't have time to be chasing you up and down the hall. Very definitely a consolidation here. Notice that we're right at the at that same fractal this morning. Now this is where my book map is not. There we go. So we're right here at the same space. Yeah, Panda. No inclination of a breakdown or a breakup or a breakout or what I was looking for anyway. This is the same. What? Oh, I'm sorry. You get up here. What? Pet her in that. And I'm on pins and needles, of course, with, we're going to get the 10 o'clock wiggle here. I'm on pins and needles, of course, with the, who knows what's going to, who knows who's going to say what, where. 53s and 48s. God, my eyes are bad. 53s and 48s. Well, I've got them. Yeah. All right. Not sure what that's doing here. Yeah, well, overnight volume point of control and too low. Yeah. And 48's the gap, isn't it? Yeah, pretty close anyway, depending on how you want to call it. Oh, now we're going to get a bar here where we have a retest and then do something crazy or what? Yeah, I can see your 97s up here too. Makes sense. And down here are the overnights, I guess. I was kind of looking for this thing to poke up here into the previous bar and then consider that a short. It really goes against my grain to be trading around the POC. I just have a hard time thinking about that. Diddle in the middle and all that, and maybe apps. Now, one of these guys on Edgeville, that is thing they stream they do, is like some of the other people around. No session prices, no volume, no. Of course, Bookmap they think is ridiculous, and so does Jim Dalton, by the way. No volume profile, no market profile, no anything like that. And that's kind of how a couple of those real successful guys over at Top Step, if I remember right, Dakota or whatever his name was, yeah, same story. You know, he not even VWAP or mid or any of those things. Well, is that the retest? And is this a short? Let's see. I'm kind of dying to try this new trading thing here. I did one test with this new install, and seems like the brackets work correctly, even though you have no way of selecting what to use or not to use. When price gets slow like this in a crazy day, I get worried that there's something coming down the pike that I'm not aware of. I was kind of looking forward to the VWAP being more in the middle of this this bar right here that I was looking for. Well, here we go. There's a good reason why I'm glad I'm not short. Yeah. Boy, they don't have any remote indication that they're going to try to get a short out of it. And I suppose you would say that going short today would be a counter trend based on the overall trend. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was looking for too. I was thinking about a short here if it got to VWAP, and then we get the VWAP, the structured trade, VWAP mid VPOC. But it looks to me like they're going the other direction. I think it's just, I don't think anybody's got short on the mind. Except me. I guess. I better put on some more. Maybe if I take a break and put on music, I'll feel better. God, I gotta stop. I'll tell you when. Never mind. Never mind. So they're out the top of this. There's no more continuation on this bar now. I got to change the name of this setup here because every time I say bar, especially as frustrated as I've been lately, my mind goes somewhere else. Watering hole, 15th Street Fisheries, or Carlos and Pepe's in that mall, Southport Mall, or whatever it's called. Used to have a lot of fun down there, boy. couple places along Los Olas, Oakland Park. I remember that part of town. We never got ventured as far north typically as Boca though. The short to catch was the tops, of course, hindsight, rearview mirror. This is definitely the break or the bar and the retest, though. I guess if I was eating my own dog food, I'd just be on it. Problem is, I'm so tired of eating my own dog food and having it be undercooked, stick in my throat, that stuff. And this is just I want to trade because I just want to trade. Frustration and whatever else. So that's not a good sign. That's a good get rid of the mouse idea. Now that's a good opportunity to talk about Monkey Boy. However, anybody that's new in the stream here, that would be the fact that we are never going to get rid of our emotional wiring. It's come down from through evolution. But the way I look at it is like right then I realized that I'm looking for a trade. I'm starting to fall into that conformational bias and that human frailty of finding patterns everywhere and thinking that I'm looking for a trade. Well, you need, in my opinion, you're never going to get rid of all of those emotions, FOMO and all that kind of stuff, but you need to be aware of when that stuff starts zooming around in your brain, and I refer to it as Monkey Boy, right? Starts playing, I think Tom calls it hide or whatever else. Whenever that starts zooming around in there, I need to recognize that and not act on it, which is what just happened there. And yeah, I would certainly like to trade. I'm frustrated. I'm getting nowhere fast here, and running up against a hard stop on this whole idea, business-wise. So I'm a lot of things are coming to bear. All of which you need to be aware of. In my opinion. And remember, this is my virtual journal, so I'm talking to myself. And if it helps whoever's listening, great. A lot of selling and nobody getting any profit, except are they taking profit off these longs? You see, that's the thing. Is this just profit taking up here? We've got a pretty big pile of liquidity living down here at the 70 handle. That's been in there since Christ was a kid over here, since 9:30. And there's a good reason why I'm glad I didn't go short. I would have been probably stopped out right there. Even with 16 ticks. Wow. Nothing going on in trade world over here. Probability-wise world, I should say. Now I'm sure we're past 18 bars. Let's see. Yep, there's the 20th bar. So, what Al Brooks would say is after 18, actually, which is here, but he said, or go to 20, you get an extra probability. So, and this is directly from Al Brooks. At this point right here, and very definitely at this point right here. There is greater than 90% probability that the IB high or the IB low, the session high or session low are in place. Well, duh. And what are we doing? We're stock up in the middle. So that's, with that bit of news and $5 you can get a Starbucks, and that's about it. But that's how it works. The theory being, and that has nothing to do with this breakout thing here, the theory being that when you break out, then you lean on that idea if price starts to trade back the other way, right? His analogy, or his way of looking at it, which is always rearview mirror, is you take the long on the breakout, and then you can have your stop in the middle more or less, and you know that you've got a very low probability of trading the other side. And if it stays, trades inside and gets into a trading range down here away from other than the breakout, then you can try to make your money back from that stop on the trading range, knowing that it's going to be bouncing between the two. That's as near as I can explain it. When that wasn't very near, but you get the idea. And good for me on the not taking the trade there. There's a lot of crap going on here. Let's de-crapify this thing a little bit. There we go. Well, Well, are we too high and too low or something like that? I don't know. I guess we're... Typically, I would not be interested in a short here because it's not enough meat on the bone and there's all these obstacles in the way, which would, afford price an opportunity to react. This low volume node up here, just above the main consolidation or the distribution, I would have no which way to go. I guess leaning long is the way to look because that's what the day's been so far if you're going to stay with context. What'd we do? What'd we do? Nothing. Bang. We banged our head on 87. There you go. Took the short. Yeah, well, I like your hedge idea. I will need to sit with my Excel sheet or my shoes off so I can do some calculating and figure out how to do that. Because I could obviously do the same thing right here on this account, assuming AMP doesn't have a problem, which I would check with them first. But what I don't know is your timing on what triggers the hedge and all that stuff, so that you're, like I said early on when we started talking about it, I'd think I was all clever with hedge, and then I'd get whipsawed and stop both of them. So yeah. And that would be 1 mini and 10 micros, obviously, I guess. Well, yeah. So the bar idea was a bust. as is the IB. And this would be counter to the data, which says, and I quote, well, maybe not quote, but you IB balance. No break yet. Initial balance. Breakout is to the upside. Breakdown is what they call going out the bottom. The IB low. And here are the statistics. Now, if you look at Fridays by day, 6 weeks, ES, zero probability that we will not break one or the other, which makes perfect sense because if you look at an IRT version of the statistics, it's 97% that will take one or the other. And if you add these together, it's pretty close, right? Right now, these add up to 100% because this is zero. Let's look at this gap thing. So looking back at 6 months of data by day, on Friday, 64% of the gap ups filled and 36 not. 50-50 boy and a gap down. Isn't that funny? I'm not quite seeing what. Oh, okay. There you are, 56. Yeah. Wait a minute. And the gap down for horrible. I'm not sure what the gap up means, frankly. Does this mean that there are 14 gap ups in this data set? That doesn't make any sense, does it? On Friday? I guess there could. 14 Fridays. Yeah, that might be right. Whoa. Ooh. You're out of my league. So you've got 30 micros and, yeah, 30 micros and 3 minis. Got it. Okay. Wow. I need to arrange, again, being in here with oxygen or something for me. Here we go at the top. Unreal. Okay, so if you've got a set, let's say you've wiggled 10 points negative from the original short, let's call it a short or entry, and then you enter the other 25 micros, you've averaged, cost average, you've averaged down that first 5 entry, and then the short's on. Interesting. I choked to death on fish paste. That's sweet thinking. I mean, I have to get dust off Excel here, or this thing I use for my other sheets or whatever it is I use for my other stuff, you know, for the back testing and whatnot, and see if I can figure that all out, because obviously there can be no question when that kind of stuff is going on. You have to know exactly what the plan is in advance, but it sounds like a great idea. Man, hope I wasn't on mute all that time. And there we go up. Yeah, I in case I was a, you know, mute moron again. It's real interesting. I see the logic and what you're doing. So that's really interesting. I'll dust off Excel this weekend and get into it. In the meantime, I'm going to go out and find some more of this great fish. Well, this is exactly why I was excited about this new concept I had, where I would be essentially trading prop, which is only costing me the equivalent of, because there's such dramatic changes in these prop firms nowadays. I was just shocked when I started looking, because I haven't paid any attention to them for literally years. Except for I had that Top Step thing with those 5 accounts back in October that they, you know, then that's put a bad taste in my mouth. Anyway, long story short, for the cost of a one-time fee, by the way, none of the subscription crap where you get a monthly charge and all that story, a one-time fee equivalent to 2, or, well, depending on my stop size, 1 stop. or 2 if you are, 1.5 if you want to look at it in micros. Well, hell, and then there's 2 minis in 10 micros or in 20 micros, and you can trade the hell out of it, and it's got a reasonable drawdown. And that now what they're doing is paying all this payouts on that stuff. And if you go to live, if you get your profit target and go to live, they get double the amount. They pay a double bonus and all kinds of crap, which money for nothing and the chicks for free, I guess. But at least I thought it was going to alleviate my fear of losing kind of thing for, guarding up my money, what little is left. And opening up the horizon to trade on it daily. So that's what I was looking at. That's what I'm looking at. And part and parcel, the reason for that soliloquy was, well, no, wait, I can't do that because you can't hedge. They specifically, all of them, specifically point out you can't hedge, which is pretty interesting. Never mind. I was going to say then I could do that. Forgot about that part. Oh, somebody said something. Hey, Donnie John. $1,600 contracts. And of course, excuse me. And of course, IRT suddenly has a big lag and has no freaking clue what just happened. There we go. And well, I hope that got all your profit targets there. Or something. I really don't know if any of this is true. That's the problem. And what cars are not produced in America? I mean, Toyota's got plants over here. Mercedes has for a long time. Maybe Porsche and BMW, and Rolls or something. I suppose BMWs are made over here, I think. They've got factories. I really don't know. And who knows? Anyway, there's your news. There's the reason for the bump. It's a Trump bump or a Trump dump or whatever. Trump dump. Well, I hope it's playing into your hand there, Anton. Certainly nothing I would have been able to participate in because it's completely away from any logical trade for me. And it's really frustrating. And if it isn't weird enough day, it's dark as night here. 16C, raining, dark as night. All the front lights are on, the automatic things, and I guess maybe the Antichrist boy is, I don't know, getting excited, Man. Look at that thing. Well, I'm going to guess we're going to get another bar here pretty quick. As soon as we get 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll get one right here, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what European cars he's talking about, Rolls-Royce, Fiat, I don't know. I don't know what other cars get imported here. There we go. Here's an interesting story for you. While we're just watching the paint dry. Rolls-Royce. They spent, I don't know how many gazillion dollars and designed and built 16-cylinder engines for the Silver Shadow, I guess it is, or Silver Cloud. I don't know the difference. Silver something or other. Silver Ghost, Silver Shadows. I think Silver Shadow used to be. And then didn't ever put them install them in any cars. Rowan Atkins, Mr. Bean, as you know, who is a aficionado and owner of a Silver Shadow, that's his car that he drives around, found out about that, and because he's a celebrity and this, that, and something else, and who knows how much money, Rolls-Royce installed one of those 16-cylinder engines into his Shadow, and it's the only one in the world. Pretty cool story, huh? I thought it was pretty amazing. Good for him. And some other anomalies about Rolls I've never paid attention to. Every Rolls-Royce in the back doors, and maybe the front doors, I guess, slides in, when you open the door, from the edge of the door, slides in an umbrella. And if you ever need to replace that umbrella, or it's damaged or whatever, they are $1,000 a piece, because they're painted and matched to the specific car. Another interesting fact, Rolls-Royce have pinstriping down the, the fender and just above the door handles and all the stuff to the back of the car. That has been and still is done by one man for the last 30 years by hand with a little camel hair brush, and if he screws that up, because of the nature of the formula of the paint on the striping, they have to strip and repaint the entire car. There you go. There's my useless Rolls-Royce facts for the day. I especially like the one about Rowan Atkins getting the only 16-cylinder Rolls-Royce engine in the history of the world. Well, this could be considered a bar trade again, but who knows if there's going to be another Trump dump, There's the bar, there's the breakout. Is there a retest? Do we go short? Shorting into all of these levels makes me uneasy. But again, I'm just, bored and tired of standing here days at a time. This would be another week completely without a trade. And I realize that's not a good reason, but Well, what would Tom do now? That bar was the thing to look for, I guess. They just come ramming into that first consolidation every time, don't they? That looks like too low. Two o'clock is another microphone moment for Trump. 1400 Central. It's interesting. I mean, I never really think about it much, but if you think about it for a minute, some tweet like that took a minute or two to type raised the price of certain number of cars, whichever they are, for whoever, whichever American buyers wanted one, by anywhere from, say, 10 or 15 to 25%, because it's clear, obviously, that the manufacturers and the importers are not going to absorb it. It's amazing, isn't it? How many millions of people and dollars and jobs and all of that were impacted negatively by such a thing. Wow. Or I'm misunderstanding the whole thing. I'm pretty sure I'm not. Hate those lags. It's so irritating. Oh, I know what happened. I see exactly what happened. Well, the double bounce off the whammy over there, off the POC, and I hope somebody's doing something. I hope you got this figured out. Oh, out of the hedge. Okay, great. Well, there you are. So no harm, no foul, right? You're in and out and no loss. That's great. That's the whole idea. They haven't closed the session or the gap. So that means you still got the long on, or you got rid of that a long time ago? I would assume you got rid of it a long time ago, but I don't know. Well, here you go. Here's another one. So what did he say now? Wow. Jesus. What do you suppose they said now? U.S. Secretary Treasurer Besant is going to aggressively, relentlessly target Iran's ability to generate funds. Why? I mean, okay, never mind. Iran wants to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied. Ooh, baby. There's a Friday afternoon Truth Social extravaganza. And let's see how long it takes for a rebuttal about whether that was true or not. Iran has no military left. And now they're here. What am I doing? Read it for yourself. No, the comments about Cuba are kind of interesting. We're gonna impose fresh sanctions on Cuba because they maintain close ties with Iran and offer refuge to militant groups. How do you imagine militant Hezbollah would get from the Middle East to Cuba? That must be a made-for-TV movie there. Wow. I'd say this is probably a day when yeah, good for you. Thank you, Donnie boy. Thank you, Donnie John. Uh-oh, here's this guy. I don't know what to say. Inside everywhere, and there's no bar trade, there's no gap fill, there's no range fill, there's no bar breakout reversal. Almost right there, and then thank you very much. And this extravaganza here, this is sock up in the middle. Self-explanatory. And by the way, I pushed these zones, the book map again, just for old time's sake and to see what the hell happens. I'm some bitch if I know. Frankly, excuse my French, but whatever happened to the big fight between the Pope and Vance and the Trump and the Pope and Trump? I mean, that was a big, every 15 seconds you turn around, you saw something about that on the news, and boop, is that just a casualty of the news cycle? Or, you know, it's amazing to me how those kind of things blow up and how fast and short the news cycle is. And a week later, you've never heard boo about any of it again. When was the last time you heard anything about Maduro? I guess they're just going to leave him rot wherever they put him. Pam Bondi. She was supposed to be gonna. Can you imagine he was going to appoint her a judge? Ugh. But, you know, it's amazing how quickly the news cycle, how short the news cycle is, and how fast everybody forgets all about it. Like those, you know, those trades that less than 10 minutes before an announcement were millions, hundreds of millions of dollars and stuff. And it's just no word from CME, no word from anybody. And, you know, between the broker and CME, they know exactly who placed those trades. Absolutely. Know your client, right? It's really amazing. Really amazing. I don't know. You know, throw on a short and hope for the best. That's about where I'm at. No structured trade whatsoever, but, you know, board. Put on a board trade. Unfortunately, I can't do that. We're heading into the low down here, though. And there's a 97% something or another probability that one of the two IBs will be taken out today, depending on which statistics you're looking at, Edgefull or the RRT one. Which is no surprise. That's pretty much everyday deal. Well, I'm dying to find a pattern or a reason or an excuse, but I put Monkey Boy out in the backyard. He's bummed out now. He's out there in the rain, so he's mad. Yeah, take care of yourself. I'm about ready to do the same there, Anton. Oh, Donnie John. What a dork. I'm sure he's got a logic that obviously he doesn't do stuff he thinks is wrong. He thinks what he's doing is right. I guess we all do, don't we? It's kind of human nature, I think. I guess the difference is some people are open to the idea that maybe they're not the end of all things, you know. Or the last word, that might be a better way to put it. Definitely itching to do a board trade, or I want to do this trade, and that's not. I guess instead the backyard isn't far enough away from Monkey Boy, I got to lock him in the shed or something. I don't know. Step away, or I don't know. Well, there's a perfect example of it too. You know, you start getting FOMO for that breakout, and you want to get it short, and then here we go. Too uncertain and too many Trump dumps, and you know, he's real busy. And now he is in the air. He's flying to Florida, so he's been busy though, continually. That's kind of a trapped environment for him to rage on, you know. That's the possibility, and it's busy going on right now. There's 11:45, on and on and on, continuous. So I'm very definitely going to step away. And it's leading up to 1400 when I guess he'll land and then grab the first land-based microphone. I don't know. I don't know. I know I'm on the verge of a board trade, which is not a good idea. Nothing going on for any of these or this. Oh, hello, Mr. Toolbar. Thank you very much. Well, it's 11:47 now. Typically, we have some Polderall around noon, and this could have been a trade. Not, I don't know what kind of bar, maybe you could call it, or something. This story here, breakout, retest to the short, or the fact that we tested up, broke down on the Trump dump, and then didn't get through it. That's all hindsight. That's all rearview mirror stuff. It's so easy to stand here and say that. Oops. Like I know what the hell I'm doing. Like I knew that in advance, you know. Here's the test I always use. Okay, what are you gonna do now? Well, there's a double bottom test on the POC at the. We didn't in the mid, and we didn't, or VWAP, and we didn't get through here, and we've been trending up all day. Would you go short? How about there? Oh, Trump dump. Now what? Maybe this would be a trigger, or this would be? Would you think that would make you, of course, I can't really hide that bar, but would you think that would make you short? You don't know if it got through the POC and took off or not. So hindsight, real dangerous, real easy and real dangerous. And now that other idea I had has fallen apart, I need to look into the next alternative. Much as I hate the thought of that. Well, now this could be considered a bar, I guess, because you can have a consolidation here, and then a breakout and a retest, which we didn't get yet. We do have the IBs below us. You know, I'm struggling here to find a reason. Monkey boy keeps sneaking in here. That sneaky devil. I think I'm going to take Anton's advice here and follow his lead before I do something that will look pretty obvious in hindsight. And then I'll be remorseful that I didn't stay here and do it, but you know, in the real world, would likely not do anyway. And then when I'm back, I'm going to focus on getting this other idea set up and provisioned, and I'm sick and tired of standing here and not trading. So that's it from my, I mean, that's not it, but that's, yeah, that's definitely what I'm going to do. Ooh, buyers. Are they going to get above us? Are they going to get up? They're all over that ETH high. have any idea what to expect here. Well, there's a bar trade going out the other way, see? And it's pretty early, it's 6 minutes to noon, so that lunch hour flip is... I've been burned more than once on that noon. The noon flip getting ahead of the curve. You know what I mean? Not that this is any kind of a thing, and it's certainly not, according to the indicator over here, it is not a bar trade even remotely. Because there was no bar here. Otherwise, it would have been a breakout retest. I don't know. This is confusing to the point of being boring. I'm sure it makes for boring streaming. I would definitely imagine. And there'll probably be something happen while I'm away. That's pretty common occurrence. Here's today, don't forget. And they haven't closed the gap or the range. And look at what a narrow range the overnight was. Well, 46 to 72, 25 handles. I guess that's not so narrow. Don't be misled. Oh, sorry. Don't be misled by these volume profiles. This is the full session volume profile. It started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. So this is not the ETH. These levels are correct. That's the ETH low and the ETH high. This was all that was there when we opened the RTH this morning, was right here. And then this is built on it. So that's important to understand. Well, now this, in my world, without using any other indicator, this looks like a bar. Up here to the mid and the VWAP, testing, broke out, test back, short. But no confirmation about that from anywhere else. And am I just seeing patterns here because I'm a bored human, a bored ape? Monkey boy. Could we just go ripping out the bottom? But the thing that is pretty worrying to me is all the Trump dumps. Now maybe he's on the plane and busy having, a Big Mac or something. I don't know. They are on the plane and he's been busy talking without pause. So I don't think it's a very good bet that he's quit anytime soon. This doesn't say anything about Trump being done, right? Typically they say that. So yeah. This could well be a retest of the POC and the global VPAC, Globex VWAP, and down we go. That could very definitely be the case. Into the 12 o'clock hour right now. 30 seconds. Man, looks like that's the plan. That would have been then scaled. And likely down we go. But not... Well, we'll see what happens. I'm going to step away and not do something stupid on a Friday afternoon. I've already recognized that I've been trying to think of a reason for a pattern. I do think this is valid. Bar, breakout, retest, POC, VWAP, and then short. Now, if you got short right there, 74s, 73s, just barely maybe scale. But we'll see. Oh, look at there. So much for the breakout and retest, huh? I would imagine we're going to take the IB low, probably, at some point today. I'm not going to throw on a trade and hope for the best. By golly. Okay, I'm going to go out and see if I can dodge raindrops and stuff. It's so freaking dark outside. All the street lights are on, and get some, get a little fresh air of some sort, and get back here and see what's happening. I'm hanging on every tweet, huh? The market is hanging on every tweet. Isn't that amazing? So here we have a bar. Here's our POC. Boom, they turned away from it. Let's see what the profiles look like. Oh, happy Mayday. Happy Mayday. Or as the other use of that word, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. I don't know where that came from, actually, but everybody knows what it means. By golly. So, yeah, all I can say is if you have a good strategy and a vetted setup in this environment, please drop something in the chat and let us know. Let me know. Let somebody know. I would be more than grateful, eternally grateful, actually, to know that. And here we are. A whole lot of nothing going on. See how that worked? That didn't do anything, and they're going to come all the way across around this consolidation again, perhaps up here to the mid and VWAP, which is also a structured trade, quote unquote. But I've not done any, I don't have any data on it. That's just a quote that a lot of people brandish about, but yeah, there you go. I'm going to step away. So all the best. I'll be right back. I'm back in a bit. I'll leave it on book map, I guess. Huh, well. Huh, huh, huh. There's where I left. Still inside of everything. I see why they were talking about flood watches on the news here. There's it is raining like the old cow in the flat rock, I'll tell you. Still horrible drama with the lags. I don't have any idea why. Oh, and Trump is having a microphone moment again at 1400. Jesus. Save me. Save me, please. Please, Louise. He's at it again. He's at it again. Already at 34. So I think when he's on the airplane, it's probably one of the most dangerous times because he's in communication with nothing to do. I think. It doesn't look like the IRGC is too aligned with a lot of what's being said, so I'm assuming that most of this is just you know, Trump saying stuff, kind of like tweets at 2 in the morning, I guess, or something. I don't know. All this buying going no place. What's that mean? Covering? Do you suppose? Why is all this buy delta and they're not getting paid or going anywhere? Huh. None of this makes any sense. Trump tells Congress Iran hostilities have terminated. He doesn't need authorization to attack Iran again. I mean, it's in literally the next tweet or whatever, wherever these are coming from. A news conference, I guess. And down here it was talking about we're going to annihilate them, or they'll make a deal, or we'll, decimate them, or they'll make a deal, or something like that. That kind of rhetoric like before, so I don't know. I don't know what to think, actually. I would love to have been short here, but I don't see all of this buying. Here we are back at the open, by the way, so this entire day has just been an exercise in bank the retail, bank the boofy. Got a big doji or some damn thing, whatever that's called. Upside down, something or another. Huh. Well. This is definitely not the place to be selling, that's for sure. Isn't this a bear flag or a bull flag? When highs come down and the lows stay flat, I think, isn't it? There we go. Well, my indecision again. There's that IB. Not yet, but I mean, pretty soon, I'd guess. Remember, the initial balance statistic makes no mention about time. It's just simply between. Oh, and are we going to do a bar trade now? Look at this. We're going to come back up to a bar, break out and retest, and then go down, or is it going to go the other way? You know, because don't forget, Trump is going to be grabbing a mic and a camera in 10 minutes. And this is not still an initial balance that has not been taken. It's been touched. What are all those lines about? What's all this stuff? Oh. Wow, that's amazing. I'm half tempted to short just because of that bar like that. Look at that big buying tail down there. I don't know, selling tail, buying tail, somebody's tail. Somebody's wagging their tail down there. I missed the entry right there. Assuming that was an entry, but yeah, it looks like a breakout and a retest on a small scale. But over here, there it is. Got to be faster than I was. Frankly, when I've just walked back into the office and I start seeing signals everywhere, my monkey boy alarm system goes off. Also, microphone man's going to be on duty here in another 10 minutes. And you see right there? Now that would have been, no, that would not have been, this would not have been a scale. I think that's about as close as I've ever seen them come to an IB and not take the damn thing. I'm not sure if IRT is actually considering that they did, to be honest with you. No, they did not. Let's check. Nope. Look at that. Up we go. So the IB is somewhere. The low in this bar is 72.59. And what is the IB? Why isn't it over here? There we go. What? Hell, I don't know what that was. I don't think I want to know either. Again, 64 to 61. Those are just 3 points. There's 4 points on the new risk neutral trade. I'm not going to be able to take something today because I'm not going to. We have 8 minutes till Trump's on the microphone, and that would have been, had I been precise on that entry, I would just still not be scaled. That's pretty weird. I thought sure as hell. Okay, so there's 59. There's the IB is 59, and the low of this candle is 59. So that it's technically taken because it has touched it, depending on how you look at that. So they're going to keep doing this until something happens. What? Are they going to break it down, or are they going to just keep going up and down and banging on this high up here, which is scary to me? So if you get if I got a stop here or an entry here at 64.25, that's not a scale. Even here is not a scale. Got to get down to 60 quarter in order to be a scale for risk neutral. So that's not enough meat on the bone. And that's, banging on a new low and everything else. So I don't think that that's a high probability risk, and I'm not going to do it. And we're going to have Mr. Microphone in about 2.5 minutes. So all bets are off. I would suggest you do what you think, but I would, it's Friday afternoon. Market's going to be closed in about an hour, cash market. And I would exercise extreme caution because I don't know about you, but psychological capital is important to me. And I don't like being in the hole and sitting on thinking about a loss all weekend, especially one after I had not taken any trade up until now. And thinking just out of boredom or whatever, I'm starting to see patterns, even though this is a pattern. This was a bar, breakout, retest to a certain degree. But look what it's done 3 times and it hasn't gone down to the IB or anywhere else since. So I'm going to be content with the fact that I have, yeah, it sure has. And they've had this little breakout and a retest about 3 times now. That's about as close as you're going to ever get to an IB. According to when I look at the candles and the info bar, that is by definition, that is the initial balance because it says touch. So, yeah, take that for what it's worth, man. Anyway. I'm not going to be the one. I looked at it here and cussed myself for not taking it as the retest. None of these would have been a risk neutral scale for my present configuration. So it doesn't look like I'm going to get anywhere. I hope you had a great day. I'm glad your hedge is working out. That's really cool. Excuse me. I've got to get busy with setting up this new idea I've got with another outfit here because I've gotten the Tradeify thing is, ended amicably and refunded, but and the guy said, well, yeah, level 2 is very definitely on the roadmap, but just not available now. So timing is everything, right? Because I pointed out to him, I said, well, why did you guys just provide the API to Bookmap? And Bookmap won't even load unless there is level 2 MBO data. And I said, so if you find that out, or if you figure out anybody can answer that question, let me know. And he just emailed me back and said, well, yeah, your question was really, I was interested too. So this is some support guy in India, I guess, by the names. I was interested too, and this is the deal. So, yeah, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? And Trump's on the microphone right now. And he's been on his flight to Florida, been just burning up the airways with, I guess, a press conference on the plane maybe, or it didn't look like Truth Social stuff, but yeah, tweeting up, now look at us go. So you see there? There we go. Back to this low value, whatever that's called, low volume node over here. This big place where this liquidity was, and we had the breakout. Maybe. But with him on the microphone and 1 hour to go to the cash close, I'm not going to. Yeah, me too. I was all looking for a short, to be honest with you. I was looking for this IB and down here to these levels, and you're 65 or what? I forget the level what it is. I have to look up at the chat. But yeah, I was thinking the same thing myself. Ah, damn it! This mouse is really irritating. What is that anyway? I didn't even. What? Here's he talking already. What was that? Yeah, this is him participating in a seniors event. Doesn't look like they're participating very much, does it? No pun intended. Yeah, I'm tempted to take a short and just see where it goes. If they get it down past the bar again, well, then there you go. Past the bar, that's what lawyers do, right? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm feeling FOMO here. That's not right. That is not a good idea. Let's pretend I put a trade on right there at 5. That's when I had my finger on the button. 75. Well, we'll call it 76. We'll call it 66 for ease of calculation. See if I got in or out. See how I did. I'm not going to do that now with Trump talking and an hour left in the market. I can put a line. I think I know how to do that. I've learned all these line things from Anton here. I'm deadly now, baby. The break even would be 62 right here at the pullback, and then points north or profit, south or profit. Yeah, as far as I, don't see why they don't go there. I don't see why we've been on a continual push to the, new all-time highs in the face of everything that's going on. But here we are. Okay, let's see. What other outfits can I go after now? Oh, man. Oh, good. It's a great position to be in if you don't care if it goes up or down. That's super. That's ideal. I'm going to have this fixed by Monday so that I'm trading. I'm sick and freaking tired of standing here doing this, I'll tell you. And I think this is the way to minimize or de-risk and increase options. That's what I think. That could be, alcohol alcohol related, but I don't think so. What a difference now. Wow. Well, I'm sure glad. So there I am underwater and stopped and sitting here brokenhearted. Well, no, I'm not. Hello, what's up? It's flooding out. It's weird. Get your canoe out. The store. Whoa, and out the top they go. Oh, yeah. Oh, they are. What are you going to do? I didn't take anything. I'm still reading and looking. Yeah, I agree with you. And that's a really great idea. The only thing about most everybody is they don't have an account, you know, and you can't hedge or do what you're doing on any of these other ones. So that's the bottom line. Tam's eating all the good stuff. Oh, I'm talking to the family and on the mic. Sorry about that. Busy having fun with the girls here, and it's raining like stink still. Good for the ground, of course, but then to get web feed here pretty quick. So here we are, 1431. Typically then I'll do the market recap, which is what I try to do every day at the bottom of the hour here. And it has been one goofy Trump dump infested extravaganza today. Jesus. It's not funny, but if you can't laugh, I don't want to just stand here crying all the time. So there's the day. This is just me goofing around over here, pretending I'm doing a trade. Well, if you were clever enough or good enough at rearview mirror trading that you got on this and rip, you're just happier to pig in the mud, or sold the top and took them all the way down. I did neither. And looking back in the rearview mirror, what do you do on this day? Well, you sell the rips. Every one of them would have paid off. Except and if you look at this session, it is really, context is actually down. We had this first rip up, which gave me the impression we were long, that bias was up. But look, lower highs, lower lows. That's not an uptrend. So I'm still standing around here shaking my head, and I've never seen that before. I don't think they didn't take the IB low. Only needed one more tick. So officially, I guess we're going to be no IB today, and inside except remember that the stat goes until 1600. The cash market closed at 15, and I usually pull the stream, wind the stream down there. But there's another hour after that, so you never know. Over here, IRT. There's the day right there. We never closed the range. We never closed the gap. which is now, I have to, I think, find the new gap idea, which is closed to open, and the range is high or whatever, high or low to open. Maybe I'll have to change my thinking about that or my nomenclature. And there we go. Basically a balanced profile. Yeah. Well, what we really have here is a island top now. That's can have ominous implications. I understand. And this is the NQ. So in IRT here, which is this, these are the micros, and the minis are over here. And if you notice the header of these charts, all of these tabs have the pertinent information. The chart name meaningless to you. The instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always look at them and see. And these some of these have a watermark also with this instrument. This is my high time frame micro composite chart for the micros, for the or micro mini. A micro, yes, sorry. And the way it works is real simple. It is each one of these is a daily candlestick for the RTH period. Each one of these is one full RTH session. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile. Gives me a high and low volume node. These red and green represented by these red and green lines. There's a high, low, there's a low, etc. And a POC. And now, typically at the end of every session, you note the crossover, I'll pull this over to the next bar. Well, this didn't do either one. Didn't close the gap, didn't overlap. So it's out there by himself. That's going to be an island top when we open on Sunday night. Let's look at the snooze here. Well, it's just been a crapshoot of this guy. And he's been on the flight. I guess it was on the flight because they said he's flying down to Florida. And I guess this is happening in Florida. So all of this conversation here was him talking in the airplane, I guess, because he's just going steady from 11 something on. Going to do all kinds of things. And here's this is the official thing, which is all wrong. That's not 1700. That's 1400, I think. This thing gets all out of whack. Yeah, there you go, 1400. And then he's going to do a forum at 1715. So this is the economic, this is investing.com, which is my usual source. Economic calendar events. You don't see any of this Trump stuff or any of these non-traditional economic things over here in the calendar. You can filter for whatever you want, obviously, for anybody that's new. And let's look at next week. Well, there's Monday. Factory orders and Williams talking 2-star, not much. Ooh, look at here. S&P PMI, Global Composite PMI, new home sales, Jolts, big one. ISM, this is all on Tuesday next week. Wednesday, well, there's Cushing for sure, of course, as there is every time, and non-farm employee change. Ooh, what does that mean? Guess what's going to happen on Friday? More of the same. Look at this. Is all except for Japan, the entire day is used up by U.S. Only one, which is initial jobless claims, is 3 stars, however. And then Friday, you can bet your bottom dollar that the non-farm payrolls are going to be in here somewhere, right there at 7:30 in the morning. And on top of all of that, we're sock up in earnings season. today. We've had ExxonMobil and some of those fellers out today. Next week, what do we have? Palantir on Monday. Ooh, there's a big one. And these earnings lists are so long now because we're in full swing. This is just Monday. Now we're at Tuesday. AMD, Shopify. This is just Tuesday. Still going. Wednesday. So I'm not going to continue to do that. You get the point. That's amazing. So Monday's Palantir, right? That'll be a pretty big one. And back on the economic calendar, you'll notice here that if you don't understand what something is, that the event title turns into a URL, so you can Google, click that and go find out all you want to know about the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. And then we have Financial Juice, which is a similar idea. The calendar's over here, as we just discussed. And they do pull in these events, which I'm really appreciative of that, because as traders today, your primary goal in life or mission as a trader is to protect your account. The fundamental way you do that is risk management. The way to manage risk is to identify it and then figure out a mitigation or how you're going to do it. And if you don't know about a risk, that's the worst of all scenarios. So when this kind of thing happens, is going to happen, Financial Juice will pull it into the calendar, and you'll never see that on investing.com. So you can be sitting there fat, dumb, and stupid and get hit with something that, I'll never forget one Friday morning about 2 months ago, or a month and a half ago. One Friday morning at 10 o'clock in the morning, Trump tweeted on Truth Social, and the market dumped 229 handles. And it was nothing. What he accused China of doing, they had not done. And what he threatened to do in retribution for what he thought they had done didn't happen either. So, perfectly fine if that's the way he wants to conduct diplomacy, but on a social media thing. But it was a nothing burger. Nothing happened and nothing was done, yet the market tanked 229 handles, not ticks, handles. So real important that we are constantly, in my opinion, it's really important to be constantly aware of and understand what risks are coming. And on this side, we'll get the squawk box, as I was just mentioned, and we're going to have market on close and balance up here in 8 minutes. So when we get those, I'll do something about it. We'll have a look. I was going to go for my usual after the market walk for, 3 or 4 miles, and I'd have to have flippers and a snorkel now, the way that's been raining. So I'm not going to do that. Maybe I'll go to bed and dream about going for a walk, huh? Chase mom around the house, that's good exercise. Well, anyway. Crazy week, crazy days. This irrational exuberance reigns supreme. Nothing all week. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 days in a row. So 2 weeks, damn near 2 weeks. Excuse me. Flat. And then this, and then that. And why? Nothing has improved or changed that I know of. But anyway, there we are. So it's going to be a flat week for me. unfortunately. And I'm going to have something in place for Monday that this is not going to continue. There we go. Oh, I almost missed it again. Busy reading stuff. I just about blew it again. So we're gonna. It looks like they went another leg down. 30 seconds to the market on close. No, I appreciate. I'm glad you're trading a lot and you figured that hedge thing out. I think that's a really good idea. Here's our market on closing balance, and that is about a nothing burger there, isn't it? Oh, maybe I'll show you the right window though, and you'll understand what I'm saying. And we don't have it on financial juice yet, but couldn't be much. Ooh, light, but all south side. No, one sell side is a Mag 7. But nothing. 7 million, 121 million, 380 million, 135 million. These are market on close imbalance, order imbalances. So there's 121 million more buy side than sell side is how I interpret this thing. So that's pretty limp. Yesterday they were all over a billion, pushing 2 billion. Billion, imagine billion. You think they're hunting our stops or two lot? They're hunting liquidity, which our stops are part of. Yeah, absolutely. But got nothing to do with hunting stops. They're just looking for liquidity and they know where to look for it. Look here. Where do you suppose all the stops were? Boom, boom, boom. Look at here. 750, 330, 363, 1019. You know, it's not a big secret where traders, these guys all get excited it's going to go up and put their stops down here. They're the same thing. And the market on close, we could get the closing swing trade and this thing could go zipping up through the IB high or out through the bottom. You never know. But it's going to do one of those two things without me, with Trump on the microphone and Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Yeah, this cowboy is going to hang up his spurs. I'll tell you that now. I'm going to get busy on getting this other stuff all set up. And remember that the stream, I'll start the stream again on Monday morning at 0800 Central Standard Time. It goes live direct all day for 7 hours until 1500. If you could use these session prices, I'm happy to share them for free, no problem. I push them continuously from Sunday afternoon at 1700 through today, 1600. Just a link, it's a CSV link from Google. If not, well, okay. And yeah. It's important to realize, and I try to say it pretty much every day, that you're the most critical piece of equipment you have got in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And that's not a joke. That's the truth. You just think about it for a minute. All the time and money you spend on monitors and software and indicators and mentoring and all this kind of stuff. Your eyes take in all of the data. Your brain processes all of that data. And you use that information to make financial decisions that affect you and your family. If you don't think I'm right, Monday morning at the open, get all set, get all your gear up, get all ready to go, do all your pre-market, and then just close your eyes and keep them closed for 5 minutes and tell me how the trading went. I think you'll figure it out pretty quick. You need to take really good care of yourself the best you can. Be on well rested, well hydrated. Don't be on emotional tilt. Get in, exercise, stay in the best shape you can, because we're dealing with a real formidable opponent. You know, this trading futures is a zero-sum environment, meaning that there is, for every buyer, there is a seller. There has to be, because that's how the contracts are written. There's never an imbalance, never more of one than the other. And the other side of those contracts, I mean, all these, hedge funds and high time frame people and everything, they've got extremely well-educated, smart, usually young, well-funded, well-supported traders and or algorithms whose only job is to be on the winning side of those contracts. They don't care if it's you, me, the man in the moon. They want to be on the winning side, and they take billions of dollars. Jane Street was making $1 billion a day in India, because they found out that they were going crazy about options over there. Imagine that. So you need to be on your A game, You don't have on a pair of old sweats and some Converse and go slopping on the court to shoot hoops with Michael Jordan or whoever, you know what I mean? Whatever analogy you want to use. You don't just jump on bushwhacker with a halter rope, if you know anything about rodeoing. So there you go. That's my old boomer advice for the day. So, and one of the things that's important is take breaks from the screen, rest your eyes. Focus down the street, look in the neighbor's backyard, whatever it is you do. And, a balance in your life is really important for good performance. Look at any performance activity or sport. Obsession, fixation, letting yourself go to crowd. Some guy downstairs squinting at the monitor in his grandma's basement in his underwears. Likely not to be a real success at trading. So that's the only thing I've got to say. And it's Friday afternoon, and we're going to close this baby up in about 2.5 minutes, and I'm going to do that. Good for you, man. I'm glad you got your points. You too. Have a great one. I'm liking that hedge idea a lot. And here we go. They're going to take out the IB low. Look at there. There's that closing swing. They're going to take the IB low and lower. You watch. They're going to get down to the overnight volume point of control. I suspect. Maybe not, but I would not hesitate at all to see that happen, or be surprised at all to see that happen. Notice we're right back on the open, so this entire day was a giant speculation. There we go. There is the market on close. That is officially the IB. Right at the close, and there we go. Next stop is going to be the overnight low. I'm sorry, POC. I think. So there's. Wait a minute. 75, 65. Jesus Christ, that's 20 handles. Oh. I wasn't, didn't have my brain screwed on right for the scale here. Forgot I had scrunched it. So there's a 20 handle drop right there on the last wee bit of time. Come on, man. Redo yourself. Get up here. Show some respect. Fault the respect, though. Wow. Well, that is 7 hours and 1 minute, and I think that's probably enough. I'm not trading. I'm sure you're sick of hearing my voice, and I'm going to focus on getting this other thing set up. So disappointed about the first option I tried. Got it all in place only to find out that they don't offer level 2 data yet. Wow. Pretty crazy. All right. Have yourself a great weekend. Thanks a lot for coming by. By all means, like and subscribe. That's super helpful. That's just a couple of mouse clicks on your side, but it's makes me feel good, and I really appreciate it. Contribute to the chat. Hello, goodbye, adios, amigos. Well, bon fin semana.